Hello. Oh my god, where's my light? Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay. You can make the gen gap shorter if you don't want it to be as long. I mean, that's it. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I'm always gonna go with Leave Annie anyway. So Leave Annie. That's gonna be my go-to. Oh. Okay. Well. Okay. Leave Annie. Lower than Gen. Lower than Gen 1. Or Gen 5. And taller than Leave Annie? I don't know. Lugia. No, it has to be Gen 3. What's a dual type Rayquaza? It is Gen 3, but it's smaller than a Rayquaza. Okay. A Gen 3. How's about I know a lot of Gen 3 Pokemon. Let's go with Steel Fairy. Let's go with Mawile. I mean, why not? Okay, then let's go with a ground fire type. Let's go with Camerupt. It's bigger than a Mawile, so let's go with Camerupt. Okay, well, it's not as big as a Camerupt, but it is bigger than a Mawile. It could be something like a Manectric, maybe? Hold on, let's see. Manectric. Okay, it's not a single type. Okay, so it is a dual type. A dual type that's smaller than shorter than a Manectric, but heavier. That's a dual type. A dual type. I don't think any of the ghost types are dual type. I think there's just Claydol? No, Claydol's ground. Water. Poison. Ice. What ice types are there? There's Spiel. Celio. Probably the most useless Pokemon in the game. Okay, it is ice, water, so that means it's Walrein? Nice. Okay. Got it. Okay. Nice. Okay, cool. That was not bad. Wow. Okay. Well, that was easy. Yeah, that didn't take that long. Alright. Let's see. Now, let's play some Ace Attorney. Let's see. There we go. Got it open. I think I got all my resin spent. After I get now after we finish this, we're gonna move over to Genshin because I have to do a lot of exploring within the next 3 days. So I need to get as much of that done as I can. So I'll probably need help with that. Co-op exploration. Start with World Quest. Yeah, sure. I guess I'll get to a checkpoint here and then call it and then move over to Genshin. Sound good? I'm starting this over. Oh my god. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Can I just start it over from the beginning? Just continue. I forgot the cutscene! I have to do it all over again. You just started? I completely forgot it! Actually, you know what? Here. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Okay.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night.
Okay.
Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
That was the beginning? I mean, okay. I feel like this is gonna have something to do with something about the legal system or whatever. The very corrupt legal system.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
British tailors! Sorry. Fragrant soaps! Sorry. Cocoa? Where'd you get that from?
I feel like I'm dreaming.
Cocoa?
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
Huh?
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
How much weight can a horse carry? That's a good question. I'll look it up. How much weight can a horse carry? A horse can generally carry 15 to 20% of its... Oh, no. Let's look somewhere else. I keep... These... Okay, I'm not going to use AI results anymore. I'm going to stop doing that. Okay, most researchers arrived independently at the same percentage, 20%. Okay. Right, okay. When asked to carry heavier loads, horses showed signs of stress in subsequent days. These markers included bone stress, sore muscles, elevated heart rates, and fatigue. As someone who helps horses become fitter and more comfortable in their bodies, I frequently see them hindered by this issue of load. The plain truth is that horses cannot make positive adaptations if they are under too much load. Instead, they torque joints, form poor movement patterns, and end up sore. Interesting. So perhaps, I mean, there is a physics element to that, right? So what happens if you have two horses? A rider should not weigh more than 20% of the horse's body weight, including the weight of the rider's tack. Okay. How heavy is a horse on average? A horse is 930 pounds. Okay, on average, or 900 to 1,200 pounds. Okay, so let's say 930. What is 20% of 930? 186. I guess I'm too fat. Damn, sorry. Ah! Oh my god, I forgot to get off me, fatty. Huh? Oh my god. Aren't you a giraffe? You don't need a horse. Ah! No! Oh no! Okay, hold on, wait. What about a 1,200-pound one? Let me look. Okay, I can get on a 1,200-pound one. Okay, but not a 930. So I gotta find a big horse, like a stallion or something. Then I could ride it. Why do you think horse jockeys are so short? I mean, I guess it was more so for the physics than it was the weight or the load. Like, if you're smaller, that would make well, I guess if you were smaller, you'd have less weight, but also something with the aerodynamics, I would imagine. There'd be less drag because the person is smaller, I would imagine. I'm sure it's multiple things. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It's like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan, of course, but they've only been built in a few short decades since we opened up our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has had quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Yes. Where's my controller? Oh my gosh. Ugh. Hold on, wait, chill out. Hold on. An armband I inherited from Kazuma. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. Whoa, what happened? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. And also, who are the people? That's a good question, too. Okay. Also, Plum, did I say hi already? Hi! I think there are more differences than just the construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office Naruto-san. And the Supreme Court Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kasama-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Okay, I'm gonna need a past cutscene to get some context. Which means you need to require the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So, that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. What? I was going through my clips, and I had an idea that it'd be entertaining to do the stream where we sent you our favorite clips and reacted to them. Okay. We can do that at some point. I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh. Right. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we were standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart? Male Strongheart. Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Yeah, he looks very much so like a certain other Chief Justice. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunose Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. I mean, yeah, there's things I'd like to examine. Don't really want to examine anything? Let's just talk to him. There's nothing here, really. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well... I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Oh. We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearheaded every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Suzuto-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and we will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world, even if you say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great capital. That's funny. Perhaps it's fate in these progressive times that we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice, I think you're expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely, Mr. Kazuma Asugi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report of the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. Wow. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you're honored this appointment specifically to inform me of this news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that's true. And it's with some regret that I must inform you that the death of your young lawyer means the study arrangement tour can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhado here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhado? This is it then, the moment of truth. Okay. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing we can do. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asugi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is... Mr. Naruhado, what am I gonna say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before, only once, as it happens. And I have Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details, I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain, studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was aboard the SS Korea. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you could call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, but you also must complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asuki's journey has only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhado, it was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intended to do everything Mr. Uzuki planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes.
Well, yes.
I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there, all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you the chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer, whether you pass or fail, is entirely down to you. Really? What's the test? Well, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhado, who do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Or what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? Ugh, how do I get myself into these situations? Well, I could ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? Hello? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We'd be toying with a man's life. I'm the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided that it's acceptable. It's acceptable? Oh, I'd be pissed. Could you imagine, like, you're about to be put on trial, and your defense attorney is some dude who's not even a qualified lawyer? Ah! And if you lose, you you get put to death. Oh no! See, that's why. Listen, you can't trust those public attorneys. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You get your own money. That's what I'm saying. Look at my lawyer, bro. I know. Ace, my employer saw my comment saying the Fresh Prince of No Air on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you kidding me, bro? Get it together. What is that? That's what is that? Let's do better with that. That's chill. Or what's up? But you can't do that, can you? I mean, I don't want to do that. There's no need to overcomplicate things. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhado, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asugi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? Have you fallen silent? I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What is it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to such an absurd test? I'm curious. What if I say no? Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds! Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, isn't it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is canceled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhado. I'm sorry, Miss Osato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Osato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I would feel the exact same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhado. Oh. Was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please do not expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it's purely and simply a matter of resolve. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're gonna do this, Mr. Naruhado, we must leave at once. What to do? Miss Osato, can I just ask you something? Careful. From this position, I can perform a Osato takedown in an instant. Mr. Naruhado, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. Okay, we should go. Okay. All right, let's see. Did I say no to this? What if I said yes? Oh. Does it still... Okay, yeah, then it's just the same thing. Okay, never mind then. Oh. Oh, that's not even that bad. Okay. Okay, we'll try again. My bad. February 18th, 9:45 a.m. Okay. Oh, thank goodness we're here in time. There's still 15 minutes till the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were gonna rattle loose. Did you hear what the driver said when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. And there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. Well, I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were gonna die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even in this room for dependents... Wait. Even this room for dependents is to wait... Wait. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Arado? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. The oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever's about to get sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. What are yous doing, following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? I'm sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. All while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually... we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. Tis grand, tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion for them in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Hello? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Who has that? A taunt where they throw money. Isn't that Samira? Keep the change. Psst, yeah. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I'll be waiting for you to do something for me. Oh, to be honest, just a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does this mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blister and blazes. Do yous not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We only just arrived from in the city, you see. I see. Suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, next to Hyde Park, there's the center of London. In the center of London, there's another beautiful park. A park? What? It's called Miss Gilded Park, full of blossom and flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London. A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing. Magnus McGilded. Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've got the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Mr. Naruto. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What I was saying... What was I after saying? What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes. But I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella seems to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why in the blazes can he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, not at all, actually. Not at all, although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Is that the Grim Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Valley. Lord Barrick Van Zykes. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the... Is that the Grim Reaper? Hold on. I think it's a Fuka version. Hold on, where's it at? Fuka. Is that the Grim Reaper? Thank you.
Phew. It is hot as hell in this freaky ass hot ass room I'm in.
Is that the Grim Reaper?
Is that the Grim Reaper? Wait, is this it?
It is hot as hell in this foggy ass, hot ass room I'm in. Is that the Grim Reaper?
Is that the Grim Reaper? Anyway, what Van Zykes stands for the when he stands for the prosecution, they call his accused the sacrificial lambs. Huh? And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it reached this desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say that he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. The way I never finished Reload. I just don't. Keontae is like the only person who's like really like putting their neck out for Persona 3. And I don't know why that is. It just feels like everyone has either been lukewarm on it or hasn't had an issue with it or just said it's okay or like just hasn't been thrilled about it. And I am... It's hard not to notice that steady string of like lukewarmness and not wonder why. I just took a break and never came back. Yeah, more people are more excited about Octopath than they are about Persona. It was okay. Yeah. Now, why was it okay? I don't know, because I really haven't... I think, isn't it just too easy? I don't even know, man. The other issue with Persona 3R is that metaphor exists. Fascinating. Is it because everyone already knows what happens in the original, and thus there's no reason to play the rest because it's just kind of like the same thing twice? Well, I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, goodness. Lord Baron von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make their way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me! Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I made up me mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided that I have to defend myself in there. How could that have been important? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? This is no accident, I can assure you that. It's his fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhado, the man has no one. He'll have to stand in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something about Kazuma would never have allowed that to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late to the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. Oh, not Persona 4. Ugh, I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. This is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Centuries of history in this place. It's palpable, isn't it? It's so different from the Supreme Court in Japan. It almost feels imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whether the country... Wait. What? Whatever the country determining a person guilt or innocent is always a solemn affair. May I say something? If there are 0 P4 defenders, then I am dead. Oh, I mean... Yeah. When's the funeral? Sorry. It's not bad. It's... I think it's good. Maybe it's just... Maybe... It's the 3 houses of Persona games. Sorry. Anyway, may I say something, Mr. Arhado? Oh, yes, what? Are you okay? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know. I just can't help it. The characters are good and the music is phenomenal. Okay. I think you is pretty great. I don't know why I'm suddenly getting a headache. The music's nice though. I don't get this whole hype about reach out to the truth though, like I'm not... Okay, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim into the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. Okay. What's that one emote? Do you speak English? Okay, anyway. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Oh. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, the capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure that you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? Oh, it's Britain, alright. As I've always said, my lord, it's a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fellow is a student for some little island, often afar used. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself and give these less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to this, Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Do you hear he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please, can we go play in the McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That definitely is welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded. A most laudable sentiment. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly to remind you that the 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Jury? Yes, my lord. If the task is... What the hell is... What's his name doing here? If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Any criminals here will be wishing they'd never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Live update on the Uno profits. The last I checked, it was $20. Let's take a look. Who knows? Maybe it updated to something bigger. Okay, last time it was $20. There are 4 days and 5 hours and 27 minutes left, and we have still made $20. So, I mean, well, next time we're playing Dice Dreams, okay? Or can you start other sponsorships while doing Uno? Well, that's a good question. Merge Studio Fashion Makeover. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Star Trek Fleet Command. Okay. Roblox is back. No, you don't play games that everyone already plays. That doesn't make any sense. You'd play games that nobody plays. Oh man, Tiki Solitaires. Wow. Dang it. I really wanted to do Tiki Solitaire. Frick. Rise of Kingdoms. Isn't that like one game with the furries? What the hell is... Okay. Match Masters. Okay, well there's a knockoff Candy Crush game, so we can do that instead. Is Call of Dragon still here? No way. Oh my god, dude. I mean... Best friends. Oh boy. Okay, well. Alright. It's Naruto. These people are the jury, yes. This is something we don't have in Japan. That's right, I've only read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 different points of view. So how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Prosecutor Van Zieks? My lord, it's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruto. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. The summary of the case, if you please. This song better slap. Basically, the case is one of the best songs in the series. Okay? From Spirit of Justice. Let me see what you got. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, the case is... This case is of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. Where's the song? The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known as in the community as Thrice Fired Mason. Sorry, Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Oh my god. The victim's corpse was discovered in an ominous omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. An autograph of the... hold on, let me look. A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. Could have been something else, and then a stab wound afterwards. He could have been already dead. He was 54 years old. He was a brickmaker. Let's see. Time and cause of death. At the 15th of February at 10 to 11 p.m., stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journeying to an omnibus. In an omnibus. Died due to an internal hemorrhaging resulting from trauma. An ominous photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible. The face is partially obscured by an old cricket hat. What's weird about this, if anything? The lack of button is kind of weird. I wonder what happened to that. Anything else? Can't really see anything. Incredibly wealthy philanthropist with a wonderful reputation in London. Okay. The victim, a skilled poor brickmaker who lived in the East End. Okay. I mean, is he supposed to look like what's his name? Damon Grant? Gant? I used to have a crush on him, actually. Okay, let's see. I don't know why he's doing the Roblox phase. And I guess this is like the Edgeworth MB, I guess. And then Maya, and then... Okay. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord. Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene, these gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. Oh, Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. Leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There is a blood stain on the right glove. Is there a tag on these or anything? There's no tag. Is he right-handed? Yes, okay. Okay. Nothing immediately discernible about these gloves, so... Is it the same brand? Yeah. I'm backed into a corner before it even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside the vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded? To be sure, I rode on the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Let's see, Tilton, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid my eyes on before in me life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul would it rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got into the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning. There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment in which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Ordar! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances have made the crime have been made quite clear. I think we shall hear the testimony of these witnesses first of all. And second of all, what motive is there to do this? Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beepo. I drive the omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. Uh-huh. My name is First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. Lady First. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you were present in the stand, were in an omnibus, and witnessed the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, then. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Alright, what you got? It was the last bust of the evening, so I had a few customers. Only a few customers, I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife into his guts. We're gonna need to get some more information on that one. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. An ambiguous testimony, I must say. What if it was already in him? Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses have properly seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen inside of a moving carriage. How quaint. I read that civilization in the Eastern nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London, yourself, are really so ignorant to our omnibuses. Huh? Tell me, my Nepalese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is destined to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much? Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building. The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. A skylight. The penny drops at last, I see. The 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. Is there a source of light? Because didn't this happen at 10 p.m.? That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I never expected the crime scene itself to be brought into the courtroom. There's a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. And what's under it? Well, there's the blood. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh. That's a poster of for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. The Crystal Tower, it's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually hard to sit on it. Okay. What's under here? What's this handle? This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubes, tools to repair the wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that to... Wait, for that purpose anyway. Couldn't you just have some really small man, crew-sized man in here that stabbed him? It was Crew. I mean, I think Crew would... Yeah, I could see Crew doing that. I could see Crew stabbing someone, yeah. Now, there has to be more in here. I can't really see anything else. I don't think. Am I missing anything? Is the seat upside down? Is the seat upside down or what? That doesn't make any sense. If he was stabbed in the gut, why is there blood here? Maybe it spilled out in front? The skylight can't be opened from the inside. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll keep in mind that, that spot. We'll see. Wow. I could help myself a lot by skipping that omnibus with thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let's continue with the proceedings. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nepalese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright. Well, here we go. Focus, Renosuke. Focus. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. Hold it!
Hold it!
Hold it! Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Ever so cold it was, freezing in fact.
Excuse me!
If I may, Mr. Fairplay, what are you what are you fossicking now for now? Wait, what? Fossicking? The last statement appears to have given you a pause for thought. Not really. Oh, that's new. By the way, you always seem to be looking to the side one way or another. Do you have some affliction? Not really. It's none of your business anyhow. Wait, go back. I don't think I finished this. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course. No. And there were no passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example? That's quite right, sir. No other passengers like that. No. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then. I have to say, the boss insists on running, he does. Every evening, that very last bus of the day. But I wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. Poor thing. The victim and a man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, he just reached over and plunged a knife into his guts. I need to see this. What's going on? You actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't I just testify that? Or are fair, dinkin', hardworking city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no. I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail of that. My lord. Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something. Or they wait. Something or... What? They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. He can't fool me. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter. That's precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example for my fellow jurors. What is happening here? Let me see. Yes, it seems that the members of the jury give their verdicts with fire. Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our best to make sure that doesn't happen. well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed I did. I couldn't help it.
Hold it!
The lamp was on and he had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. Is that his outfit? Doesn't even look like the dude's outfit. Well, no, he does have the bow. How could he be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is a man of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There was no room for doubt here.
Hold it!
I'm gonna press anyway. Well, yes. He stabbed him. I screamed I did. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right. I was on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was gazing absentmindedly around. But then, it happened. Well, I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly. That huge, great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. Uh-oh. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir? Is this the knife that you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, counsel. This blade was the... Wait, this is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly, like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned with predominantly with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for poor brickmakers to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost exactly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling. lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. What if it's a W instead? Well, that does make more sense for the M3 written like that. Hmm. An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. This is Puppy. This changes everything. A W, yes. It's one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know all. But what I'm sure of is that this is an M. Can we open it? Okay, let's see what's up. Okay. Hmm. It's very sharp. Hmm. Ugh, that looks a lot like blood. It surely is blood, the victims. The Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry. It's just that we've only arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it hard to adjust. Hmm. Hmm. Is there a contradiction so far that I've overlooked? Hmm. Looks deeper, I guess. Hmm. Where was the sheath? That's a good question. Where did you find the sheath? If it's a two-part knife, yeah, then I guess it's important to figure out where the sheath was. There's a blood stain on his gloves, but how is there a blood stain on his gloves if there's no blood on the handle? That's weird, right? Because you would just pull it out, right? I guess if he was trying to, well, no, because he was trying to tend to his wounds, then he would have touched more than the knife. He would have touched his whole body. But if he had touched his entire body, the whole thing would have been bloody, right? But it only looks like this area is bloody. But that doesn't make sense because there's no blood on the handle at all. There's only blood at the tip of... There's only blood on the tip. So, how did that even happen? Also, there's not blood gushing from the wound. I was curious that there's no blood on the ground here, but there's no... There appears to be... If this is a crime scene, it doesn't look like blood leaked out that much, right? Shouldn't there be blood, like, dripping from here or something? And if so, wouldn't it be a bigger spot? Like, why is it that it's only in this location? It feels like there should be more blood. right? It feels like there should be blood all over the place. Why is it just on that one spot and on the seat under him rather than on the back of the seat? And where's his button? That's another thing too. Interesting. Yeah, I don't like this scene. Yeah, there's something up. There shouldn't be blood on the gloves. Let's see if I can present some evidence at some point. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGill is a pillar of society and a gentleman gentleman's words should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced the facts. As such, I'm in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Not again. That's 4 of the 6. Every time I press the witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that there are more spikes that may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that'll give us a way to fight back. But... alright. I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to calm down and listen to the witnesses' statements again. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. He was collapsed on the floor. Are you sure? And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And the other passenger had that knife in his hand. Just like this. But the other passenger, you're obviously referring to the accused, Mr. McGill did. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. Are you sure? What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, number 5, I take it that you too, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts. though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. Just keep an open eye a little longer. What? Gee up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. This is a dog-shit jury. Boo-Boo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. I still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park around this time of day, and sit on a bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know. To put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have taken it. Would have had it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library after and borrow some books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of man Mr. McGilded, or Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man is he? A philanthropist. The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where does all that wealth come from? Your clan has a Shylock, sir. And one with the very darkest of souls. Stone the crows. McGilded lends money at extraordinary rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. Has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It would come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it all be known that the very day that Mr. Mason was killed, the final repayment date for his debt. Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. Wouldn't he have killed him then? Why would a CEO kill me? I would not do that, but see ya, poor. Ugh. What? And in the end, this pitiful soul has had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded.
Hold it!
If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato, you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim? Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice in the court of law. But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I heard ladies from the Far East show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As a judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. Would it be that your display of courage is in vain? This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present. She said, oh. she said, oh.
Oh.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice and a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. What the fuck is this? Bruce Fairplay? Hello? Anything else? And the accused made quite certain that he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem that I have had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. I don't stand for nonsense. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, the court's proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Oh. There is a footnote, though. A footnote. The defense... Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. The final verdict? Object! When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, the court proceedings are suspended, and, okay, the final verdict. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. A summation examination.
Objection!
From which century has that tome of yours been resurrected? Oh? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text in British law wouldn't even give such an acquaintant procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, I'll read about it. You demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. practicable Nepalese. Alright, Ms. Naruhito, I think I understand. It would seem that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? To appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Reverse their decisions? Absolutely. As times go by, barristers would use the summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decisions, but the procedure has become something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it fell out of use. It was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhito? A summation examination, our last option. Yeah, let's do it. Hi, Blanc. Good to see you. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify very high standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
I didn't fucking ask, by the way. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Huh? I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury must explain on what grounds they have reached a decision. On what grounds? You must all testify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention of this was made before. I don't really hold with all of this justifying lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state on the grounds on which you define the defendant, Magnus McGilda, guilty of this most serious crime. Alright, here we go. Prove it! There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to be him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers, with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him, just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all statements to be thus far, and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the gilded. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing the poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some jurors don't have wonderfully formed arguments, do they? Just a moment. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Okay. Once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they reach their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I read about in law. From what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your argument. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they're complete strangers who just so happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and then see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. Find the contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Okay. Lock in. Jury examination. Oh my god. Let's look at this right so I have to listen to that boring explanation again, huh?
Hold it!
Certainly the testimony to her suggested the victim, Mr. McGilded, and Mr. McGilded were alone inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But, could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as... Well, perhaps that we could all work out together? Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes. But we're here to form opinions as individuals, and I have. Contradictions? Four fares totaling 20 pence. Wouldn't it be this one?
Objection!
According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beepo, there were 20 pence. He took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. The juror number 5 also has told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That's it. A fair and convenient single price. Just the way London carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence, if you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact, are precisely one person's fare. One person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible that there was another passenger that we've heard nothing about. This can't be right. The coachmen of the Gilded are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachmen claim most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news would surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so that this miserable trial doesn't end? Well, according to my book here, you simply launched a ball of fire into the innocent side. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go in? Wait till I get my hands on you, Beepo. Uh-oh. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow by exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more? There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show that there's another contradiction in their assertions. Well?
Objection!
I don't like this. Yeah. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment where the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Oh, you want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. That's just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. They're stabbing in two totally different directions. Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. But why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. I feel like a certain Fire Emblem character would love this. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some sort of devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you think I'd be really putting myself through all this? Answer me, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have the exact, slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say that the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the witnesses witness two different moments of the same crime? It's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about? How could you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what you want to see. I say that the witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. Well, I don't think the fucking autopsy report says anything about multiple wounds. Stabbed once. Yeah, I don't think so. Take that!
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed into the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time, which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen seen it happen at two different times. All right, I can see debate. Wait, that means 4 juries are now leading to not guilty. Yay! We've won. Well, I don't know how Miss Logic over there is. I don't know how Miss Logic over there is still on the side of guilty when clearly, what? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if that chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor sharp blade and shave every last hair of his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation has flipped the balance of the scale. Why has the prosecutor not been doing anything? The prosecutor just sitting there quietly, just sitting there? The jurors now stand At 2 per guilty and 4 per not guilty. I think he's not able to speak. Oh, neat. Okay. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Let's hurry it up. Having savored the rich aroma of carmine contents of this hollow chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. Ooh, let's get you some therapy. As your acquainted tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honored a deathly silence and listened to this charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses! I trust you heard the summation examination we've just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, Anien, the coachman. I believe it's Bipu? Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you are attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger in your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury! Perjury! You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to justify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it. But, well, I for one was told that I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fielded us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilda stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. Oh, really now? They just paid more money? What? The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little... What the fuck is cozenage? Cozenage? What in the English language? This dumbass language? What the fuck is that? Who made that up? Cozenage? What the...
Cousinage.
Oh my... The practice of deception or trickery. Okay. You just made that up. Exactly. Bipu, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Is it because it was late at night and you're really cold and you felt like you should earn a little bit more? Am I to understand that you've been overcharging your passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last one of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, people. A disgrace. And your selfish acts have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. 10? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times, but I just can't make the result come out differently. How did you pay 5 when you're poor? He didn't have any money. Or at least he shouldn't have had the money, right? I feel like somebody would have wanted this knife too, right? They could have sold it to pay off a debt, maybe? Still don't think the right glove makes any sense either, because how is there blood on the glove when there's no blood on the... Does that make sense to anybody else, right? Do we all think that's fucked up? How is there blood on the glove when there's a handle here? And if we check here on the crime photo, there's no blood on the handle. How is there blood on the glove? That doesn't make any sense. Does it? It feels like it would make more sense for somebody across the aisle to have stabbed him, right? Splatter? Is that what happens when you stab somebody? It splatters? I would have no idea. Are there any murderers who can corroborate? Yeah, no. And still, why is there blood on the seat? Hmm. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We already had the pleasure of a protracted examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely, yeah. I only cared for 4 passengers that night, but... Well, I, for one, had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Let's talk about that.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too. And I just told you I did.
Excuse me!
Sorry, my bad.
Hold it!
The so-called discrepancy, my learned friend identified as nothing of the sort. What? The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. How much money does this guy have? Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone. Dead and buried. He fiddled us on the ferry, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. Let's talk about it. This blood-curdling sight, you mean a murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? That seems important. We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't exactly see the point the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. The banker gent next to me I heard the banker next to me take a sharp intake of breath. That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilda, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It's bothering before. This was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated just now before answering the question. Anyway, there was only two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been talk of a fifth passenger, yet zero evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man is guilty. Something about his testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. You saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. Earlier you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, you know, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe. What the fuck? I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck. What's up?
Excuse me!
Oh, never mind. Okay, rip. It's obvious? Okay. A flicker of a reaction among the witnesses. Okay. Okay, well, I guess I did it a little early. Oops, my bad. Okay, let's see. Hi there, Barry. It's good to see you. Welcome. Okay, I need to see this last statement here. I think so.
Hold it!
All right, and if you're gonna notify to me when to do the thing, then I'll do it then. Then when I turned around, I saw it through the sky. Wait, what? Then when I turned around, I saw it through the skylight. Did you? The gentleman was on the floor and a knife was sticking out of his midriff. Ugh. I hope you've been well. You still playing Smash? That's right, the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment the stabbing.
Truth!
Yes, it's very noticeable. My bad.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that? Yeah, what's going on? Ugh. Now you listen to me! I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Hey? Are you asking me or telling me? Yeah, I thought it was gonna be more subtle. I thought it was gonna be like a... Could you imagine being a witness or something, or being on the stand? And then like they're testifying or whatever, and you go like, ooh. And then it's just, you're trying to hide it. Or like trying to not laugh. So you're just like, oh, that'd be awful. Ah! I couldn't be on the witness stand. Oh my god. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Nah. Well, it's a little hard to believe, certainly, unless you spent your time peeping through a skylight atop of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as Ballarat Day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me. If I was getting a little hot under the collar there. My lord. Why can't I read today? I would like you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Did you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? I mean...
Hold it!
Blood-soaked? Ahem. Well, perhaps soaked is laying it a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Girl, and you saw it from the roof through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well. I'm sure of what I saw. Blood-soaked hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hold it!
Not hold it. Ow! A's! No! My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. I misclicked, my bad. There's a lot of buttons.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilda, on the night in question. Oh, yes, that's right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, there's only the right hand. It's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent because you want him in jail so that you don't have to pay that debt. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here then. That's right. You were clear about it. You said it was in both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Well,
Objection!
it was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Girl, what the? Be serious. Like, be serious. It was in both hands. It was only one. But the fact remains that the victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate? He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Mr. Naruhado, if we have some sort of evidence to explain why he might be lying, it could turn the tide of this trial completely. I have the evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Joby, are you sure? Yes, the evidence will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
What's going on here? This is a list of debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What will become of your debt in that case? And these documents state that the loan agreement forged between the two individual parties. Therefore, the creditor, the defendant here, is to be sentenced. Were the creditor, the defendant, were to be sentenced by a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed that in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order, order, order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay, Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time in which the defendant is allegedly to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGill's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Purst. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes. Mr. Naruhito, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. There was blood on the assailant's hands, blood on the assailant's hands. I certainly distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I did not see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing a knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we would have all seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment of the crime that was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying that we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well, your cross-examination, please. He just said, I don't give a fuck. Let's press this.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as you well know. But we're crying out loud. We all know that no one else could have possibly done it. I was just trying to save us some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring that the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely what I was hoping for. I just lost a guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong house in the Derby, that's all. I was gonna win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend that's a sure thing. Okay. I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of the gloves has any signs of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilda sitting on beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilda's gloved hands. What? There wasn't blood on his hands. Ouch. Sorry. That doesn't even make sense, dude. Like, how is there... What? Can't you check the inside? We can check inside the omnibus, right? How would they even be able to see it, by the way, now that I think about it? Like... How do they even see it, now that I think about it? Where were they sat? Where were they sat? Okay, so if they're sat... Where's the bloodstain? The bloodstain is here. Okay. Wait, what? The bloodstain is where? Okay, the bloodstain is here. And they're sitting here. Can they even have seen it from there? Okay. You couldn't have seen anything because you're not even seated in the right spot. Hmm. Wasn't wearing gloves. Well, then, if he wasn't wearing gloves, wouldn't there be blood on a knife?
Objection!
What? What? Am I wrong? How am I wrong? If there are blood on his hands, am I stupid? Is Ace stupid? How am I stupid? Is Ace a dumbass? If there's blood on both of his hands, wouldn't there be blood on the fucking knife? Am I dumb? Am I a big stupid idiot? Oh, okay, fine. Maybe I should press more things.
Hold it!
Hmm. Hmm.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything. That is to say, no, I didn't. I'm very sorry about what I said before. It was wrong of me to make up stories and say that I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say that you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir. I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beepo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you, must have enjoyed a view of London streets, no? Oh, please. You didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep myself from passing out. My head was frozen solid, sorry to say. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beepo.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight roof on the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Yes, I remember shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question why the pair of you were sitting on a roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right. It is a public service bus, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. I had the exact same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you that I wasn't looking down. I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they have really seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? No. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight and the first floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. Yeah, you can't see everything. They can only see one part of it. By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's demands. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated? It would have been here.
Take that!
Both rows of the seat of the roof face the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin in which the passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight is as I've drawn here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting on is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It is quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a foreboding forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In the British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're willing to put a name to this mysterious passenger with whom you allude. I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witness on the roof deck? I have no idea. But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look into the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on. This isn't a case of just going on. Alright then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. You were a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. How'd you get into the chalice? A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let's not delay, counsel. The defense has still yet to name a passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... I don't know. It's not these two. It's not these two. It's not him. So it's between you, you, and you. It could have been him. It could have been him. Where was he sitting? If they saw where he was, could they have not seen him? Let's try it.
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the eyewitnesses failed to see had to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about? Well, they haven't talked about McGilded at all here. They've just been talking about the victim. That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zakes, the people of those tiny island nations in the Far East, as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim... Wait, what? The victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to this fact. It is the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim was really sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim. Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailants. In short, the memory of the events is correct, and the testimony reveals the truth. That it was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on the passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. No, they haven't. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said, 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. That's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hats do these 2 gentlemen sport, Mr. Burst? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly offer to dispose that fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin which he traveled. Why could he have just been hiding in the seat? He's right. If there was another person traveling in a enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it is conceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Wasn't he asleep? He's no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out that the man had been withholding information, you can be sure that it would have been a deliberate act. Should we ask him to testify or not? Yeah, we can still confirm what he says, yeah. Yes, we still need to hear the truth. of what he has to say in order to find out. Yeah, yeah. I would like to call him to the stand. Time to consider. I think we should hear what he has to say. Get that man out here, I say. I would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, it gets done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely. The jury says the man must be heard. Oh my god. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. No save? Let the proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. And there are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you on the omnibus captain as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal the fact from the police? Beggared, no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and another man, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it happened. What the heck? You... Excuse me? No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry. So I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. I forgot, which was, well, the little child was in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known that the wee one were there, they would have assumed that she'd done it. They would have hauled her into this courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That, I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since. We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Oh my god. What is going on? Uh-oh. I started too late, man. Fuck. Now what? I have to go through exploration hell in Genshin at some point. Do I want to do that tonight, or do I just want to work? Do I just want to play this game? How much longer is it gonna take? I mean, it's already 4 a.m. Like, what an awful time to be streaming. I should be stopping. Uh, oh, what to do? I do need to hang out tomorrow with people. What should I do? I mean, am I even in a mood to explore right now? Not really. But I do want to find out what happens. But it's also late. Well. Mm, hmm. You know what? Let's. Okay. Well, I'll be right back. Let's break time, and I'll continue playing. I could just do Genshin tomorrow. When I get back. Yeah, I'll do that instead. All right. Yeah, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right. I brought my breakfast casserole because what's the best time to have breakfast? Oh boy, 4 a.m. Okay. Hello. Yeah, I decided I should probably do more. Let's do. Oop. I keep thinking about my fugue. I got I leveled up my Indebitable Promise, and I found out that even at S3, it's a damage increase from Fall of Nina, even at max stacks. So I'm like, oh. Okay. Now, let's see what happened. What happened? A smoke grenade? A smoke grenade? Someone who was trying to flee the courtroom. Hello? I'd imagine it's someone really small that can fit inside that little compartment under the seat, right? Uh-oh. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Hello? But I'm defending them. What? What? You can do that? The prosecutor talks with the defendant? Really? They can do that? The person that wants to lock you up, you can talk to. Okay. I figured you would get all the testimony you needed from like the police and evidence surrounding the person rather than talking to them yourself, right? Because why would you talk to the person that wants to lock you up? Like, wouldn't you just fall for wordplay and bullshit? The 20 pence. Yeah. According to the coachman's Beepo, right? What's wrong with the 20 pence? He took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. Yeah, I never thought I'd hear suspense music in Ace Attorney with, haha, actually, awesome! Urethra! Sorry, what? But now it seems like there were in fact 5 passengers. Which means the figures don't seem to add up again. Kindly proceed to the courtroom. Okay. Uh-oh. Well, we'll see what happens. Who is that? It's not her again, is it? No. A 15-year-old girl with blonde hair. I know that's not who it is. Okay. After that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus Gilded. Lord Van Ziegs. I believe you established the cause of the smoke which veiled the proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade. The sort of typically employed by the army. It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now she occupies the stand. Your name? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade in which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it was this wee lass here in the first place. Why is that this wee lass here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? It is all tied up with the events of last night, so it is. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Yeah, why isn't he talking to me about this? Hello? On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, Bagora, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me with a fair start. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding herself away. Okay. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? Just exactly as the defense counsel said. So were they on the bus prior to the people getting on it? Were the people from the previous trip that were on the bus? Maybe? How did I eat a whole half of breakfast casserole? I'm still hungry. Okay. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Well, I guess we're cross-examining. I have no idea where to start. Okay. What do you mean I still have 4 points? On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off.
Hold it!
You must have been tired. And when you got into the bus, were there any passengers already on board? There were not. Well, GG's. You were the first passenger, okay. And that's why I took the back side. It's the most comfortable. Okay. You see opposite in the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. As I said, it was the most comfortable and where I felt the most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight above from time to time as well. Okay.
Hold it!
A loud thud and a scream. How can I explain it? It was like a sound of someone falling to the ground, that sort of noise. So do you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the ground after being stabbed? Well, now, You remember that I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me, I opened my eyes, and there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment, you did hear a scream. I assume from the seats above the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. It was inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me. Okay. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet. Okay. So I sat him up on the seat across from me.
Hold it!
You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Lauren Van Zeeks. Well, now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would haul the captain. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself into tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting that you were just gonna leave the man there? Heavens, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. I only had a mind to find out whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores. Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? The scream that he heard at the same time he heard the thud of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. Okay, the wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came, if you excuse the vulgar expression, from under me backside. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found that there was a cubbyhole there for storage. And that's when I found her. There was a child in her, curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
Hold it!
You said she was hiding herself? Yes, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating out of my chest. Still, in all, I pulled her from under there and sat her on the opposite side where I could have a wee chin wag with her. Next to the dead gentleman. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, the gentleman in my position can too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was sitting in the middle, talking with her, I heard another scream. A fellow's voice this time. Presumably that was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking through the skylight, he must have seen the young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to see is yourself, and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. But wouldn't her hands have been red? Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone here understands, sat at the back of the carriage, out of sight. It is certainly plausible that the defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course, with a scream from the gentleman above us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is this girl? And why does she have two buttons on her hat that remind me of the missing button on this guy's shirt? I'll have to figure that out too. Is that your father? Her name is Gina Lestrade. Gina Lestrade? Let's trade? Oh my god, is she a merchant? She's a chancer. Earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses, hello? She's a pickpocket. A petty thief. Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. You will answer the question. What? It's Lestrade? Lestrade? What? Lestrade? Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad. Okay. Lestrade, okay. Hello? I'm over here. Goodness gracious, how? What was the point of that little sidestep? I know what you're thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, as you say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself back into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on. That's what you're... What? That's what's in your head, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to... Oop. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need is what I do. But all I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in the bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Don't wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus at the night in question? Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It was just as the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness to this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus in the night of question. Can you do an Irish accent? No, but you can. I'm not going to disrespect the Irish like that. They've done way too much for the world. So I stuck inside the carriage before they looked up and the horses... What? So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses. Just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. So after a while, I hear this loud bang. I nearly jump out of my skin. And the scream just came out. Because of that, this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, it's simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew it for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat that night, and the little cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume? Yes, there does appear to be just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. But there was stuff in there before. But of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her, they'd automatically assume that she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized that your action would have resulted in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew it in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt for my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Saints alive. All 6 members are consensual and not guilty. Mr. Naruhado, this is... Well, I mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious. We won. Are you sure?
Objection!
What the fuck are you doing? Excuse me? If you don't get this worst prosecutor bottom tier garbage off my screen. Excuse me? Like, what? Francisca's dad? And then this dude. Like... I'll even take Winston Payne over this. Like, what is this? If the sight of my iron-heeled Willington offends, pray, do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's last statement gives us clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by the officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. Exactly, because there was stuff in there before, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, hello? It's noted in black and white here in the police report. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilda's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. I do remember there being something there under the seat. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, Counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. I agree. Well, my Nepalese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Well, Counsel, do you have something to say on the matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of the compartment? It wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain that there was a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, Counsel? What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man on the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess that I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That the cubby hole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Did you think perhaps it would be in your best interest to now admit that you might have been mistaken? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. You should know. Yeah, that compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beepo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lynching Fleecher and the pick purse are lying. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. That stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing more than cowards, a lot of them. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so, I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is a matter of outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, as always.
Hold it!
As always. Okay. What's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. That is a really, 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 really awful dog shit. That is not true in the slightest, but okay. What? No, it does not make sense at all. That's stupid. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman is testified, and 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before it's his last run. So when I slipped into the carriage and got myself hidden under the seat, nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram into a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know about nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all the stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. Okay.
Hold it!
A waste of time. Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on me own. And the God permit at least some a time. What the fuck? Well, most nights I'm on me own and the God permit at least some of the time. What the fuck? What did you say? God permit? Yes, well, that's what my kind call it. You call it the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you came out of your hiding place and got away. That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me. This cove was sat on me from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for all the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've sat on to find a child now, do you? So Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell you, I didn't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It was pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see outside the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days, I push the cushion up with me head to look out the crack. But then I have a butcher at whose... Wait. Then I can have a butcher at who I'm going to fiddle. What is going on, dude? I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can't have a look. I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one I see. Wait. What did you say to me? The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one. See? It's not? So most of the time the passengers plant themselves in the opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. The truth is, I ain't too happy about being in a small dark place. Feels too much like being a throne in a clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages. So it's Obson's choice. Okay. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I just had to stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. After a while, I heard a loud bang. Okay.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? It could have been, I suppose. I don't remember it so well. The point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. And then, I felt the cushion over me. It'd get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Okay. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened in that critical moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke who had fallen on that floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. Regilda's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I snuck back down again, but it was too late by then. I never should have risked looking. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. And how did you do this? And when did Mr. Regillard discover you? And when he discovered you, he pulled you out of your hiding place? I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat at all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah. The bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. Ew. Both me hands got covered in blood. It made me feel as sick as a dog. Both her hands got covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. Then after that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. Person on the rooftop. Okay. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up, smart-ish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you get away later." All 6 members of the jury have decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they're all very unsure. If we could find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we can clinch up what we want. Okay. Is it pitch black in there? What the fuck is that? That wasn't there before. What is going on? What the fuck is that, dude? That wasn't there. What is that? What the fuck is going on? What the hell is this? That's blood. Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zieks made no mention of it. I suppose that seems a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Yeah, because it wasn't there before. Why is there blood on the floor? It's pitch black in there. Is that true? Is it pitch black in there? Is it truly pitch black in here? I guess it is. That doesn't really matter. Can she see out of this? No, she can't. Well, how is she supposed to make... How is she supposed to steal things if she can't see? Wait, what? Then after a while, I heard this loud bang. Okay. She said she lifted it slightly. Okay. He helped you get away. Hmm. I don't know what I'm missing. Hmm.
Hold it!
I thought I pressed everything, right? Hmm. I got nothing to show.
Hold it!
Hmm. Hmm. I don't know what to say. I'm struggling to find contradictions here. I don't know. Did I not press everything?
Hold it! Well, no.
Excuse me? What you laughing at?
Excuse me.
Is something, yeah, what's so funny? I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Council? I'm just wondering if Mr. Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking about something to yourself. Oh, no, 'twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass, is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. I'm sure we could all sympathize. And I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade? Did you hear anything last night? An unusual noise? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Pajabbers, there was no need to tell the whole world of me follies, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might give us a valid new clue. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's profoundly important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is profoundly important. Which is the most profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, add it to your testimony, please. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have the butchers have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw the swell getting on, it got me head down so he wouldn't notice me. And Mr. McGillis sat on the seat in which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. Would you Abbott and Eve it, eh? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard them leave. But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay and listen. And stay and listen to him driving his pigs to the market. Snoring like an old dog he was. God, this reading? Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? When did he wake up? And where's the stuff? Miss Lestrade, what you've just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipty's friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence or some complicit party's name, at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilden snoring. But think, Rinosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. Do we want a hand? No, not yet. What else makes noise here? Do we have anything else that makes noise? Wouldn't they have heard him scream? Shouldn't she have heard him? Shouldn't she have heard him? Should he have screamed or said help or like, oh my god, I thought this was a classy party or something, right? Yes, my lord, the sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus is Mr. McGill did? That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin for the omnibus at the time? Did I not say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah. I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own, for sure. And then, from what I've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey, during which time you did not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks. Yes, he knew. He knew it all too well that there was some inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem the words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths and nothing more. He's dead, right? How could the victim possibly have not boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. What the hell, Grandma? What? I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars, and neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she had less than salubrious ways? But I must say, I cannot abide liars. This shit is so stupid. Gods! Take Miss Lestrade away! Oh boy. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, Japanese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Ataman? This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 was the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilda's innocence, the judge will rule and we have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel! I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prolong my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time as testified by the witness on the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If these petty thieves were so to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He wasn't in there already, you would have saw him. There's another entrance that makes less noise? No, that's wrong. He was put there after he died. Does make sense. Else he would have made some noise, right? That's what I thought. Like, what's to say he wasn't already dead by the time he was in there, right? I think that same thing too. Like, how he could have just already been dead. I think this could be it. Yeah, I think this might be it. Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed.
Objection!
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last sentence? Oh, fuck you. The obviously is troubling me also. The point is that the victim must have moved into the carriage afterwards. Then answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? No! I'm sorry! Okay, sorry. I guess it's another fucking entrance. Fuck you, bitch. He couldn't have already been in there. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, what? I thought it didn't make sense because these two would have been the same answers essentially, right? Like, I guess there was somehow another entrance. What? There is no other entrance here. There's a ladder? What is going on? What do you mean? How could he have already been in there? Was he already hiding inside the thing? That makes no sense. Would he have been hiding under? Where could he have been hiding? Inspect everything. You're joking. Is this window open? No, he couldn't have been up here. A poster. Okay, that's great. It's not in there. It's not up here. It can't be open for... Did he fucking jump in? What? You're joking. Is that a latch on the stupid ass door? Is that a latch on the door? Dude, what? I guess there's another entrance and booty stains. Sure. Fine. Okay, sure. I guess there could possibly be another entrance.
Objection!
Ugh. Only one side of the enclosed cabinet is furnished with a door. The other only has windows. Fixed windows that cannot possibly open. In short, there's no entrance to the cabinet other than the door. That's wrong, I guess. Am I, like, I can't be fucking stupid. Like, I really can't be stupid. Like, are you really gonna sit here and... Like, she says she didn't hear anything. Like... What? You have to be joking, dude. You have to be joking. Are you really gonna sit here and tell me that she didn't hear anything and the dude just fucking into the fucking thing and she didn't hear anything? Are you serious? What? He just jumped in there and just didn't fucking hear anything? Are you kidding me? Am I stupid? How do you just fall into a bus and not hear anything? Oh my God, what is he, a piece of paper? Like, how do you not hear that? Are you joking? I'm not stupid, am I?
Take that!
Why would he fall from the ceiling? This is so silly. How in the world would he do that without making any noise? The skylight?
Objection!
Yeah, I would object too. Your ludicrous proposal has almost has me for a loss of words. However, the skylight may very well be large enough for someone to pass through. So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilden and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in their testimonies. They claim to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat. No, I guess it's him falling from the fucking ceiling, I guess. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim had made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
Oh my. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the fucking skylight into the cabin? Can I fall into the fucking, like, into a all expense paid trip to the Caribbean? Like, how do you just fall into a bus? What? Like, can I fall into Venom's arms? Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean fall? That simply is impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? What the hell do you want? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that it's not so much a case of them not saying it, but... A case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having some sort of compelling reason to not mention what happened. Wouldn't you agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Just what exactly are you insinuating here? You blitherer. You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating? And what is this animation? This is a flaming outrage. I've got a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so do I. Mr. Fairplay. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker, and me, a very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's... Ugh! I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. I protest, too, about you, you rotten scoundrel. Order, order, order. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment, go ahead, Lord Van Zieks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend seems fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accused? I never intended to. It seems, young Nepalese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to the court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of said events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. Intimidated? God, I just feel so illiterate. Intimated? I've never even heard of that word. What the fuck is going on? What is intimated? What? Intimated.
Intimate.
Okay, to intimate is to imply or hint. I see. Or state or make known. What is going on? Fascinating. Okay. Oh, oops. In our British laws, of course, that is what is termed as a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put the idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on that fellow. We have to see this matter through, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruhado? The spectators in this public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? Why'd they... What was that? You will take to the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. Refuting the accusation. We were the only two people on that fucking roof, dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything happened while we were sitting, don't you think one or the other one of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure that the victim fell through the skylight, where's your fucking proof? I must say that, on listening to this testimony, it's somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right. You see, we're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down to if the two of you were in collusion with one another. According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. While I don't trust coppers more than I trust the stinking rich, something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really, so why do I feel so uneasy? Like, the counsel, like the defense, the evidence that we're gonna use is fabricated? Do I have to present fabricated evidence? Yeah, hold it. At the time, so at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up and join the roof deck with you. Absolutely not, Dickin. No question about it. He said none at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Why he said you? Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Dear me, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off almost immediately. That is an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? It's all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well. If anything happened where we were sitting, don't you think one of us would have noticed?
Hold it!
Well, it was the final run of the omnibus past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would have certainly been dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of lark? Is this some kind of joke he said? Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I gave you the keys to the vault if you could sleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. Did you know it's actually really hard to sleep in the cold? That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you. And we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it, and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies, and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking with someone. Now, 'twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising. Seeing things. I believe we've reached an impasse here on this particular point. Ugh, you. Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then it's only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition that I'd like to be involved in, really. In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. Is that true? Anyone else here? No? No? Someone else? Okay. Oh, excuse me. I mean, they both owed money. And what was his job?
Hold it!
A skilled but poor bricker who made... Okay. Thrice fired Mason, huh? Hmm. You never met him before. Oh, Lume, no. Not once, never. You never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. Burst, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't often have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have
Well, no.
the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. That's right. This is about motive. And we had none. And, that's not all, is it? The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
Hold it!
It was shut the entire time? I'm gonna lose my block with you in a minute. He's gonna lose his rage with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see, it's fast shut now. Just like how it was all night. So it is. Of course, a fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it. I broke when loudly. Hello? Great. I tried to open the skylight, but you can't from the inside. Yep. Oh, I didn't want to pursue it because I wanted more information before.
That ain't.
Yeah, okay. I didn't want to potentially leave old statements that would be left behind.
Hold it!
Okay. We need to find evidence. Right, I see.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. Wait, it was an accident. Oh! Wait, don't shoot me. I was in. Ah! No! Ah!
Hold it!
Okay, because I thought she was gonna like. Okay. I thought she was gonna. I thought I had to pursue like. One time I farted. and then it would have been like, Well, maybe there was one thing I heard. Actually, I might have heard it far. Like,
Wait, that ain't.
tell me about it.
Excuse me.
Oops. Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. The skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? All of them skylights open dead easy. Yeah, but why did you fucking lock the gun? More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from the inside, you mug. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck in one of those drags, and I got a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out me ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be alleging? Oh my god! What is happening? Alleging?
Eulogize.
Eulogize, fuck. Sorry. My bad. Eulogize. What does that even mean? To praise highly in speech or writing? Oh, what? Oh, Merry Christmas. Wait. Thank you, G-Man. Welcome. Okay. Miss Lestrade. This is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, that one's Greek. Eulogy. Okay, I'm making it to a verb. Right, I see. Anyway. I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't top off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used the skylight, I opened the hatch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch is... Wait. For them skylight is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Okay. Okay, it opens. See. So it appears that the street girl statement is street girl, like Easterner, like can we like, I mean, I know it's Britain, but damn. I don't believe it. The skylight opens and it's from the roof deck. I thought we knew this because that's how we got here in the first place. Mr. Naruhado, this could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, let's continue with the examination. The skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate myself.
Hold it!
Well, now.
Excuse me.
I think he knows. I think he does have a connection to the person in the cabin because they were both on his owing money list. So there has to be a connection there, right? They're both connected through him, right? What can I do? What can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it has been so long, so it has. Eh? I'm not very much mistaken, but I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon. You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. An unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery? Begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another. And Mr. First. Me? What do you want with me? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding off your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, do you understand? I am trying to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it's a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as the thrice fired mason. Which is why it looks like that, right? There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord. And that's why his hat looks like that, right? This, you mean? I can't help but thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh. That's one of my hats. That it is. So would it seem that the brickmaker was a customer of yours? The sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have a quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the look. Oh no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellows here haven't had the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. Yeah, well, yeah. Please, don't let me interrupt holding up the proceedings. I mean...
Objection!
I can't possibly be that dumb! I can't am I stupid? Oh my god. I thought what do you mean you couldn't yes you could have. What? What? Oh my, please. You're joking.
Objection!
Get me out of here. Are you joking? But what? What's wrong? What? This. The thing can be open, and this is on the ground. Like Hello?
Hold it!
What is going on? Evidence? What? I mean,
Objection!
there are so many things. There are so many things here that are almost correct, but I don't think I'm getting the right one. What do you mean?
Objection!
What is happening? Both of these. Stop. Am I stupid? Like, what? I feel like I'm stupid. I feel like I'm like I'm presenting things that. But you do have connections to the victim. Aw, man. Ugh. Am I stupid? I just feel like I'm missing something, like... um...
Hold it!
Oh, do you want me to... Oh, shit. Maybe I should have inspected the Omni... Okay, I know what to do now. There's blood there. Bro! That wasn't there before. Okay, sorry. Okay, my bad. Okay.
Objection!
Sorry. Okay, yes, it was correct, but I didn't expect it first. Sorry. I thought that the blood on the ground was enough proof, but I guess not. Right? Sorry. Yeah, my bad. That the blood in the middle of the floor was enough. But okay, sure. All right. Okay. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do what I tell you. That's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel. Yes, my lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence at which you allude? You will point out that proves that the victim fell through the roof, through the skylight. Can I leave the... Okay. Well, I was gonna go from here, but... That's blood, isn't it? I mean, I guess this isn't the same blood, is it? I hate to present this, but...
Got it!
It goes without saying that... Yes? I think it's clear that my friend has taken the phrase, it goes without saying, a little too literally. Are you serious? What did I miss? It's in the ceiling. I can't even I couldn't even present the thing that I wanted to present. It was in the ceiling. Oops. Oh, was I looking the wrong way? I mean, this feels fabricated, but sure.
Objection! Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime.
Hold it!
But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. and only found its way to that one particular spot in the skylight? Sure, and that would have been really convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? That was not there before. The aftermath.
Hold it!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence. No? Oh my god. Wait, don't do it.
Objection!
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Like, seriously. Oh, and what will you be referring to there, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see. It is clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended the Scotland Yard investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb, so I can say with absolute certainty, no such smear of blood existed in that carriage, at least not until this trial began. Are you suggesting that this is a stain of blood was fabricated? Yes. And while this court has been in session. What a palaver. I must say, I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fella known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes, and a great many affairs of a dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case that you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zeeks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no! I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if you will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone have possibly put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? Hello? My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on the matter in your own words. As you wish. It probably would have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important here at stake. The life of the victim? There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Yes, there is. I see my learned Nepentese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As the result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness clearly in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull? You rotten, feekless gouger? Feekless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. It's a wicked plot. It's a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think it is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the passenger seat being emptied out, the blood stain on the roof, the blood stain in the middle. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of the blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Ziegs, no one is able to corroborate with your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord, no doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? About the omnibus, is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? My lord. Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare betray me, you little maggot, you better be watching your back. Huh? Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. Ugh.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Hi, Tuller! Are you well slept? Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question of whether or not the evidence is genuine or not, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Oh, he's not happy with me, probably. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is, the bloodstain is there, now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it's been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Valley has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so am I. So I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and the absence of any credible method by which it's... We need Sherlock Holmes! We need Sherlock Holmes! If only there was some sort of device that could check the blood. I mean, you could also just look at it and tell that one stain is older than the other. But sure. I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter. I shall proceed my adjudication. As a formality, I of course am obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all the unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... I want to see what happens if I say... He's innocent! As Mr. McGilded's legal representative... I can't breathe. The air in here is stifling. But I'm this man's defense lawyer. There's only one thing I can say in this situation. I believe the defendant, Miss Magnus McGilded, to be innocent of the allegations brought against him. Oh, this is awful. You just made that up. Thank you, counsel. He said, let me pour one out. Here's to you, my Nepalese friend, and the most abject closing I have yet to hear in the court of law. Order, order. What did you do? Oh, that's a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. You saved London's most influential gentleman, fella. You should be proud of yourself. Here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how do you put it? Nothing more than a formality. Oh. Uh-oh. I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain is and the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Branziques, my lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait! When we evacuated the courtroom, Lord Branzique ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution can't shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair! The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. Well, Lord Branzique, it's been a pleasure, so it has. As for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Back this begilded. Oh, good grief. You have more to say, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Oh, that's not good. Not guilty. Y'all got fireworks here? I can't believe it. This is an outrage. Huh? With the courtroom in a pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. With the defendant being not... Fine, now... Wait. It's over? That certainly was a long trial. Excuse me? This sucks. About the 6 enormous fireworks to be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. Okay, I don't like this. I want to go back to the other save to see what happened. Go the fuck back? I mean, I want to see if it makes a difference. Same outcome. I refuse to believe it. Oh my god, there's no way. I'm going back on this. Oh, okay. Oh, it never mattered at all. Okay. Oh, I guess it didn't matter. Okay.
Objection! Objection!
Hmm. Hmm. I wonder if Maid Girl's in on it too. There's only one thing that matters to me. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obstinate deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? Well, if he didn't actually do it, but somebody else did, if there's still there's still a dead man that we need to find justice for, though. The fine fellows at Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them. So I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes that I pay. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles. Oh no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. You're a humble people, are you, from the East? Well, if you insist, have this. Still and all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus Begilded. Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. What inspection? They're gonna examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're gonna examine it again now. Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help wherever I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, hello. Don't move. Okay. Miss Lestrade, can you put that thing down, please? You're a grown-up, yeah? And I hate all grown-ups. There you are. What the fuck is Hortensia doing here, bro? Oh, Clee? Oh no. Naughty running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who is this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the first trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Did you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, and the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, at least it could be a pretty color, I thought to myself. I just took my eyes off it for a moment while as I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pitched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. You're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, to my technician. You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has mentioned that, told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to adults. Come along then, follow me. Oh. Well, I'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm sorry for all the fuss. These fucking guns. So heavy. I need to clear my account so bad. Ugh. Astra. Yalan. Fugue. Klee. I need it. Linksha, yeah. Klee. You're right, but where to? Oh. We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had rushed over here. And our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend it today in search of lodgings, but at this late hour, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where you can spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of a gilded park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of the year, but our usefulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elder one. Oh, that doesn't sound too agreeable. And so, the trial determined for my worthiness to be for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen? I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
There's somebody in there.
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
Oh.
This can't be.
Are we gonna get that person out? And okay. I see, that's how they do it over here in Great Britain, huh? Oh shit. Well, let's just watch the cutscene.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, The curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Nope, but we're about to right now. Okay, perfect. All right, I plan on streaming again tonight because it's a Friday. I need to finish doing my exploration in Natlan before the stupid Primo Gem thingies reset, so I guess that's what we're about to do later on today. And then I guess we'll do Ace Attorney sometime, I don't know, maybe Sunday, maybe? But yes, we need to make sure we get our exploring in before the region resets. We're at 62% right now. I'm also about 2,000 or so adventure rank away from getting to world level 9, so that also will mean that the game is now playable and I can, I guess, try out what are they called? Local legends and stuff. And also actually get fucking materials when I raise characters. So, yay! Emphoria's live show on Wednesday. Oh. Elite Farming 2! Yay! Finally! Woo! Okay, all the quests I listed should get you a solid chunk with the associated areas unlocked. Okay. All right. Let me... What your Honkai Star Rail main says about you.
Disclaimer before we start, this video is all jokes. This video is supposed to be funny, do not take it too seriously. Okay, Star Rail main says about you. You can't stop talking about how much better she is than Paimon. You're probably a big fan of emo boys. Let's be honest, you just like her because she's rich. Do you guys even exist? You like playing her so you can hear the kudu-kudu. I'm gonna be honest, I don't got shit to say. I've never seen any of you before. You probably got brainwashed by the ad, but now you want her to hold your head and tell you everything is gonna be okay. You're still holding out for that 5-star version. Don't worry, it's gonna happen eventually. You can't stop telling everyone to build Pella. You're also a big fan of Yaoi. You are very, very based.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it!
You like slapping her big meaty chicken all over the enemy.
Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. All right, I love you guys, and I will see you later on today, okay? All right. Bye, everyone. Good night. Oh, and, actually, no, fuck you. I need to, let me open up